Hello, I'm painting Rhonda Jo Bear this evening, founder of She Brews, completing her painting for her. So I'm going live right now for Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. So I'm painting Rhonda Jo Bear this evening, setting up my third camera. Okay, I got three cameras going. So she's the founder of She Brews, and what is this women transition program, and so she allows me to be at one of her shops and paint there, paint the women and their children, and then I do other art projects. I give them, they get all the money for that, and it helps them out. And with that, the place in Tulsa has nice bay windows, so I get a lot of sunlight, and just enjoy being there. Rhonda says the women love me there, but she has basically it's for women that get out of prison, and helps them get their children back. And there's some women that don't have children; they have like four different houses, something like that, different transition houses. One for three of them for different women, like different levels. And one for women that don't have children, and one's in the city of Claremore, which is the original She Brews, and then another one's in Tulsa, which is a newer one. And so with that, it's not just serve coffee till whatever. They have transition program. They have basically professionals that help them uh, do other job skills, and then also to go. There's some that go back to college to get their bachelor's degree. Another got her master's degree. So it's a real program, and it's Christian based. And I'm glad that she allowed me to be at her place for the last year and 3 months. And so finally, this is a picture of her with the mayor of Tulsa. I got his done. Finished this up over the weekend. I'm going to present this to her next week. And should be able to get the news to come out for that. Um, there's another young man that's waited a year, and uh, from like Be Heard. And so with that, he's in his 20s, this guy. And I met him about 4 years ago, and he's waited a year for me to do his painting. I'm going to start on that tomorrow. Should be done with that Monday. And what it is he's got portable showers, like semi trailer that's long, a couple of them, whatever. And the mayor went to go to his place here recently, but I met him 4 years ago. A young man had a truck, a trailer, a small trailer he's pulling, so it was portable shower for those without a home, and then had some clothes there and stuff. Now it's it's on a location at Mount Tulsa. And the young man here, he has a semi trailer long for people to take showers, actually to wash their clothes and get new clothes, and also has people there on site to help people with their housing and other getting other services also. So that's a real blessing to people. And so my goal, I've been painting for solid straight for the last 4 years. I've been painting longer than that, but I've been painting solid for 4 years. Always trying to get better. And so my goal is to open up the first ever emergency shelter for veterans only. And so with that, some of my art in the near future will be auctioned off and stuff. And so there's me, Christie's, was it? There's some other auction houses also where they have private buyers who buy it. And I enjoy doing portraits so much, you know. And so with that this evening, without me over talking, I'm gonna go ahead and get to this. Finish Rhonda here. So Rhonda, she has an interesting, origin story. And so with that, I'm a veteran. I volunteered at a place called the Coffee Bunker in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Found out about that about 8 years ago. Then I went to jail about 4 years ago, and then got out. And then I worked at the Coffee Bunker for 4 years. And I went to the bank one day, and female teller, just a teller, she said, "Hey, you ever hear of, are you from the Coffee Bunker? You ever hear of She Brews?" I'm like, "No, what's that?" It was about 2 years ago. And she said, "Oh, it's a coffee house for women that, get out of prison and stuff." I said, "No." So I meant to check it out about 2 years ago. And then about a year and a half ago, about 3 months, uh, I did a couple hundred portraits over at the place for veterans, the Coffee Bunker, then the rally room. There's no bay windows. I mean, there's one window, but you can't see out. So the rally room, the place in the back, I spent 4 years, almost a half a decade when I got out of jail, up until about a year ago at the Coffee Bunker. I couldn't see out. I felt like I was like doing time in prison. I was telling the sheriff of Tulsa County, he came, and I got a calendar at She Brews like last year. And so he saw me before and came and to was it the Coffee Bunker like 3.5 years ago. So he knows what I'm talking about. And then so with that, the Coffee Bunker, I did a couple hundred portraits of veterans. So with that, my goal was to actually get help out the veteran community, do portraits, and establish credibility, so that when the time came and I opened a shelter for veterans only, which there's not one in Tulsa for veterans, when that time came, it wouldn't be just talk. It would actually be I put in the work, and I have a couple hundred portraits of veterans. Did that for for free, and so with that being moving forward, so for the last year, 3 months, I went ahead and moved to Sheepers over Admiral, and Rhonda Bear has another one, coffee shop. Was it Sheepers in Claremore, Oklahoma, and so with that, it just so I'm honoring her this evening, uh, doing her portrait. Got some brushes. So for that, here's my reference. So for it looks like for the cross is like almost like a V, and it looks like two pearls. So two or three pearls. So unless she says because it's kind of pixelated out, I'm not for sure. So I'm just gonna honor that the best I can. And she said she wanted something different, then I will. And then she has an earring. You know, yeah, I need to sign it tonight. So I have a cup with some water. and put a palette knife in it, so that way nobody, that way I don't accidentally drink it. Pro tip there. I'm gonna change right there, and then make that more narrow in the creases there. Kind of mute the color there, and other than that, I think everything else looks fine for her face and her hair. Got some transparent raw sienna. Good for the lettering. I want to do some gray. Let's see. For the pearl, I'm going to use some pearl white and use this kind of other color, which gives a kind of a shine. One of this light yellow, which is that kind of rounder. For the shea bruise, I want to put like a black flash on that, give it some shine. Got some iridescent rich silver. Have some Perusian blue, which I could put over that black, maybe. I like it. So, kind of narrow the creases there. Probably use a pale, like a rose blush, or a pale terracotta, something like that. Yeah, we'll see. Now this would be nice for that pearl down there, for the pendant. See how it's got a nice shine? Got was it a yellow slash and lemon yellow. Feel like a Naples yellow for the cheeks there. Here's a yellow ochre. Here's like a here's a neutral mid-tone, skin color. Or just again, I can mix it skin tones, but that's just convenience color. I like southern and bleach titanium. Then you go over the necklace. She has a kind of a thin gold necklace there. I have an iridescent black right here. Could use that for the lettering, for the sheep bruiser. So I'll put it over here. I have like a neutral gray. I have this other yellow, which pretty opaque. So I'll cover that in like one pass, and I'll put the shiny yellow in there, make it a little bit shinier. I'll sign it with this iridescent rose gold tonight. That way to start. So I've got a iridescent bright silver here. Okay, I'm about ready to do it. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some coffee. Got some headphones so I can listen to some music. I'll be back. gonna put some music real quick. Okay. Hold on a second. That's a fall over. That never happens. Paper towel. So I just finished painting for this lady. She wrote a book called well, what's her name? It's about, well, her first name's Raitia, and the last name's Jones. And she wrote a book called How She Escaped from Prison, and it's about how she changed her life around. But I took a snapshot of her book years ago, and it was like that was interesting. And so she actually came to where I was painting about 10 days ago, and she said, "Oh, can I get a painting? Because I paint somebody else." And I'm thinking, man, somebody off the street. Yeah, sure. It would take about a year, probably about a year and a half, year and 3 months, year and a half, and then I'm thinking that, and then she pulls out the book, and I said, "Oh, I recognize that." I took a snapshot of that, like a few years ago, and across the street is a place called Circle Cinema. It's a movie theater, smaller one, local. Been there for 100 years, and so they have other actors, A movie actors, just that had a little bit older and stuff, have full careers and stuff. They actually come there and stuff, and so, and then they also have other kind of movies from smaller, movies that are made or whatever. And so she made a movie, and so with that, a lot of people they don't know why I'm working so hard to paint for the last 4 years straight. And somebody said, "Oh, when did you start painting?" I'm like, "Okay, I started painting when I was in an Indian boarding school, 14, 15 years old. White guy worked there. It's like, oh, I'd like to buy it, whatever, semi abstract landscape." I was like, "Oh, that's pretty cool." First time ever, and then, oh, then I went to Job Corps in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Then joined the military, and then got out, and then so with that, about 15 years ago, when I started painting full time, off, yeah, off and on. But now I've been painting every day since the day I graduated Veterans Court, and so I've painted a couple hundred portraits of veterans. Been on the news 13 times in the last 3.5, 4 years, and so now, getting back to what I was saying, though, people, unless they're following me closely, they don't know why I paint. And that is because when I was in isolation for a year straight, I was in a one-man cell on lockdown. I was on Tulsa Most Wanted, and they didn't know if I was truly crazy. I didn't hurt nobody, but it was a political stunt to help fellow veterans. Enough time has gone by that I could speak about it more openly. And with that, turn myself in so I wouldn't get hurt and whatever. But I was on lockdown there was a guy 2 cells over. He killed like 3 people, and that's like kind of section they had me in. And he's on total lockdown. And so with that, I got closer to the Lord, and the Lord put in my heart when I was in isolation. I was on 23-1, which means I was locked down 23 hours a day, 1 hour wreck. But there wasn't every day I got wrecked, and sometimes when there wasn't enough guards, and sometimes I would test myself, not to punish myself, but just see how much I could tolerate and take. And I would sit in my cell like 2 weeks. I think the longest was 4 to 6 weeks. It was like to the point to where the isolation was just like I need to kind of get out. Not that it bothered me, but just need a social interaction somewhat, and just to get out of my cell. And so with that, what I'm trying to say is, you know, um, I'm grateful that the justice system let me get another chance. I was 2 weeks away from a jury trial. I was looking at a de facto life sentence, 25.5 years for 3 charges, and I was in there for a year straight, total lockdown. And so my point is this: I went to a veterans court and got all the felonies off me and started over. And now this judge that gave me my freedom, she comes and gets my art wherever I go. I was at the Coffee Bunker for about 4 years when I got out 5, 6 years ago. And so I've been at Rhonda Bear's place. She has a place for women to get out of prison and women that may have a substance issue. And I just found out a few months ago there's a woman in one of their houses that her husband passed away, and so she did. This one lady needed some life skills. So when I contact the news again, uh, I look forward to telling that. So it's not just women, because I had one news anchor just kind of like had an attitude. She's all like, seemed like she had this clear animosity towards, oh, women go out of prison. Then I find out her husband, this was a child too, I think it was child too. Come to find out, her husband's the chief of Tulsa Police currently. So with that, I'm glad to say that when I contact him again for some other news story, because Like I did a calendar for the She Brews. Was it about 9 months ago? Started after the year started, and so I have the paper now. About I'm going to do a second annual calendar, and so the women they it's really majority of that is women that get out of prison starting over, and it's such a real Christian program that as of like a year or two ago, approximately 70 something families got back together with their children. It was like 50, 60, 70. I didn't even know that. I didn't hear. There are just so many women in the program. It's such a great program. And I haven't, obviously, like I was saying, I haven't met all of them. I'm just in Tulsa, and the other shop that she has is in Claremore. But what I'm trying to say is it really does, it's Christian based. And so Rhonda Bear allows me to be in her shop and do art for them. And I'm going to do a second annual calendar about 2 months, and it's out of my pocket, and all the donations go to them. And what's the other thing? So again, like I was saying, I'm gonna call channel 2, 6, 8, 23, 4 local ones for about Christmas time. I'm gonna start in November, and was it the operation manager? His name is Mr. Young. He said, "Man, you're always getting on the news for your art." It's like, can you do some art that would sell? Contact the news to do a drive for the children. Like toys and for whatever the sell of the art. I don't get no money from it. I get a VA pension. I don't need money. I'm a disabled vet. But anyway, staying on point, Mr. Young, he said, can you contact the news and do some art, and that way people will come and buy it, and get a new story out of that, like November before for Christmas. I'm like, man, that's awesome, bro. I'm like, yeah, man, that's no problem. I can't wait to do that. So here's Rhonda Bear finishing it up, and I got some other stuff I do art gear there, and just paint other people. And with that, yep. So just kind of give you all a little background of my history. So, and then eventually, I want to start a nonprofit for vet. There's not an emergency shelter for veterans only in Tulsa. So mine would be the first only. It's like, and so even when I start there, I'll still be at Sheep Booth Pain, and then I just want to be a founder of the organization. And they did a news story about that a few months ago. I got one painting that needs to go to an auction house of Bill Parker. William Bill Parker. He's the first man to step on the beach in Normandy. He lived to be about almost 100 years old. Kevin Hearn, U.S. Senator, knew him. That's local in Oklahoma, but he's U.S. Senator. And when I was asked to paint Bill Parker by his caretaker, and then I knew Bill Parker personally. He used to come to a place for veterans, and we used to eat together. A place called the Coffee Bunker years ago, right before COVID. And so Bill Parker, and one that actually, they just can't, So there's a picture of Kevin Hearn with Bill Parker, one or two of them I was saying, and I finished two paintings of Bill Parker, and so I got to finish a couple more, and I will finish up the one with basically the one's gone to the caretaker, another to his family, and then a third to an auction house, and then I'm going to do it. It just came to me last night. Had like an epiphany, and just I need to paint Kevin Hearn with Bill Parker by November, because somebody was saying they're running against him. I'm like, man, I need to get on it. And if the other person, takes Kevin Hearn's spot in November, I'm not into politics, so I don't know. But that's what somebody else said. So I need to get that done before while he's still a politician. And he might be able to help pull some strings as far as getting some funding for the emergency shelter for veterans only, because there seems to be a crisis with homelessness and the rates going up across America and in Tulsa also. And I just finished the portrait of the first African American mayor for Tulsa, Oklahoma. If y'all are aware of its history, it's pretty Tulsa's a pretty historically significant place, and the fact that what's his name, Monroe Nichols, yeah, he came to Rhonda's place in Tulsa, Rhonda Bear's, uh, and got a picture of them together. I finished up his, now I finished up hers. So next week I'm gonna contact the news for that. I'm trying to get some news story out of there. I'm the first person to paint the mayor, and he's the first African American mayor for Tulsa, Oklahoma, and so it made national news. My deal is not for clout. My deal is not, oh, how many news stories can I get on. Everything I do is to bring attention for the places that I paint at, like nonprofit for the Coffee Bunker, before for nonprofit for the the women's transition program, the coffee shop, Rhonda Bears, and then with so I just my goal is to also open a mercy shelter for veterans only. And so that's going, yeah. So backing up a little bit, when I was in isolation for a year straight, 6 months in, I felt like the Lord put in my heart. I was thinking, what can I do when I get out, if I get out? And I it came upon me like an epiphany. It was like, you know open a mercy shelter for veterans only. And then when I got out, sure enough, there wasn't one. And so I have one painting I'm going to pay. It's almost done. And then, oh, what's the name of it? There's a Western auction house I met to know a few months ago, but I was working on a series of paintings for somebody else I knew. And, he had passed away and was wrongfully murdered, and a friend of the family. So I spent, what's his name? Trey. Yeah, he went by Trey Monroe Bird the third. I knew his father, and I met Trey before. So he's wrongfully murdered, and so I spent. It came up on his 10-year anniversary. So I spent a whole year painting Trey, and towards the end, 3 or 4 months, last 3 or 4 months, up until about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, I was just doing his paintings exclusively, and I got a dozen paintings done. And so with that, honored his memory, and so family, his family, his mom, his sisters, and everybody else can have paintings. And so with that, now I'm just kind of focusing on this. I have some other ones I'm doing. Let me see. Let me show you. So, interesting fact: I've lived in the same neighborhood. I live in the ghetto, the projects, basically. I lived here since I was 5 years old. Went to military, got out, lived around town, and eventually I'm back here. And so with that, there's a guy. He's paints people on the subways. Well, got international attention. Well, I've lived in this neighborhood when I was 5, and I think I get a national news story. I'm painting the people where I live for nothing, and so the hook is that I've lived in the same neighborhood for a half a century, and that's true. There's another neighbor that really is him with the Mickey Mouse shirt on to the dog. They'll look realistic when I get to it. Here's another neighbor I just finished. Here's another neighbor. So with that, constantly working, constantly moving forward, constantly trying to be a good, what's the word for it? The Lord motivates. The Lord is in my life, and I'm a real Christian. I believe in the Lord, and and so I give all the glory to the Lord, and so that's it's. I'm just happy to be free, have my family, my grandchildren, and so with that, I don't play no games. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. But, stay busy, helping out the community. Should I sign it now? Not yet. Well, I do another layer, then I'll sign it. But I'm going to sign it with iridescent rose gold. And so, also, I'm always constantly trying to get better. I am. And I pay for advanced lessons for portraits and constantly learning. So, all right, let me go ahead. I'll go ahead and get. I want to narrow that because it's kind of a little too wide, and then I want to kind of make that more narrow also. So I'm gonna go ahead and put that on my little paper plate. You know, I have styrofoam trays also. I have a plastic uh, easel. I have wooden ones, but this makes it just quick and easy to do it like this. So we got just a base pre-mixed color, just a convenience color. I can mix that if I wanted to, but really I don't. There's no point. I have just have it for convenience. Got that. Got a yellow ochre. I'm not doing too many corrections. I'm just kind of estimating it, putting it on my palette, and then finish that up and sign it. It's pretty much done now. Anyway, the hair looks real good. I captured, Rhonda Bear's expressions with her eyes, and then the smile on her, you know, her cheeks and her mouth and all that, her face. And so that's what it's about, capturing somebody's, their essence. And I believe I have. It's really, really nice. I like it. I like it a lot. I'm going to place for you. So I got Naples yellow. Got an earring. I'm going to put a little gold on it and then put silver on it. Make it shine. The little gold. There's three flesh colors I'm not going to use primarily. Got silver here. Actually, I'm going to use some of that silver do some silver for around the shirt. And then to give that little shine, see how that it's got a little shine to it. I'll use that. You give it a somewhat of a pearl effect. Got a iridescent rich. Well, hold on. There we go. Got some gray, different gray. Started pre-mixed. Got iridescent bright silver, rich silver. Awesome. Go ahead. Fix his face. The areas I was saying. got like a filbert, so I can lightly, kind of just pressure. Yeah, I like it. Here's the back end of that. Kind of, there we go. Kind of use the back of it, kind of scrape it out a little bit. I could use a palette knife. Matter of fact, I will. Kind of lightly do it so you're not damaging the painting or the canvas. Looks good. Yeah, I like it. It's a little too dark for my taste, so maybe some of this neutral skin tone. I'm gonna lighten it up though, so it'll be transparent. See that? See how that's real thin? That's what I'm gonna use. And lightly go over it. Let's see. I'm gonna leave it actually. I like it. Give us some contrast from this edge, last edge to the hair. Yep, that's fine. I'm gonna leave it. Yep. Okay, so face down. Yeah, it's done. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do this bright silver. I'm gonna go ahead and put my silvers down. Yeah, there we go. We're gonna put the other grays down there. Kind of a darker neutral gray for around the shirt. Like We'll do that She Brews lettering with iridescent black. Got some liners and some flats. I got a dagger slash saber right here. Oh, I can angle it a little bit better. Here. Make sure I'm not blocking it. Okay. just some gray to mix that black and white, of course. So Rhonda Bear here, she started a local nonprofit for women getting out of prison transition program, but it's so phenomenal that she's been on USA Today and Newsweek. They've interviewed her. Just her story is inspiring. It just really she's really inspirational to me. And again, she's allowed me to paint at her place and do art for them. And you know, just I asked the senior staff member that knows her well, hey, can I paint her? Because I've been there about a year, 2 months. And the mayor came, and so she's next to him, and they're both next to each other. So I painted him first, and now I painted hers. So this Monday, I'll contact the news, and they should come out for both of them. Because actually, it's the first portrait of the mayor of Tulsa, Oklahoma, first African American. So he made history. He made national news also, considering Tulsa's history. Those that know, know what I'm talking about. And so anyway, he's a great guy. Um, and so uh, I can't wait to present that to him. Hopefully this coming week. Shoot Colin and then have hers done. They have both together. They was together. Let me show you the picture. So I got his done. Okay. So here's the mayor of Tulsa County. He came to her business where I'm a resident artist. Yeah. And so I have his done. It's a 918 day. He went to other places that day, but now I finished hers up. So, and okay. Let me see what it looks like over here. On the bottom. Look okay. Yes. Well, let me go ahead and do something real quick. So painted all the sides that way she don't have to. She don't need she don't need a frame for it. I'll leave it for a few minutes, and then I'll go ahead and sign it. I'm gonna sign it. Well, no, that's not it. Where's that? Oh, here it is. Some iridescent rose gold. I'll sign it with that. So I painted right there. So I'm gonna fold these over, kind of. Yeah, let me see about something like that. Because I'm gonna. Something like that. Yeah. Something like that. Yes. Looks a little like there's a little darkness there. I'm going to use some titanium white to freshen it up. Then I'll put some more yellow on it. Never mind. She's all like, "Oh, the yellow. You need to change that color." I think it's fine, but I want to do something else to it. Got some other rays coming off with some yellow rays. So Rhonda Bear is such a a source of light, so to speak, a beacon of light, metaphorically, such but in a real sense, she's very just so inspiring. The way she for all she's doing for the community, the way she changed her life around. She inspires me so much. So, yeah, yeah, that. Oh, yeah. One, two, three spots. That's fine. Okay. Wasn't not really sure what that is. What yellow? If that's lemon yellow, if it's a yellow flash, or what other one? So in between her hair right there, I'll go ahead and put some cad yellow, and that'll be taken off. It'll cover it. It's opaque. It'll cover it one pass, and then that way it kind of draws the eye around the whole painting. I got some different yellow in there. I'll show you. Yeah. Okay. It's almost like a saint, so I almost want to do like a halo kind of effect. Kind of low key, nobody would know, but me and my guests watching right now. I'm gonna do some other rays, kind of shooting out, you know. I'm gonna use this yellow flash. Yeah, this would be a nice bright yellow. Look at that. That's a nice yellow. Okay. Touch the music back on. Yeah, I like that a lot. got a fan brush and a filbert. I mean, a dagger and a fan brush. Got some metallic yellow. Might add that. Let's see. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna keep them. I'm gonna keep the bright yellow. Here we go. Yeah. 1, 2, more narrow, and 3, the thinnest. Yeah, that's real nice. Perfect. Perfect. Ooh, man, that's awesome. I did better than I expected on this. I exceeded my own expectations on it. I knew it was going to be good, but that's a lot better. As in the bright effect of glad I did it. Let me stop my music and talk to y'all. Okay, so again, this is Rhonda Bear that I'm painting. She has a transition program for women that get out of prison, but her program also helps women that they don't have to actually be getting out of prison. Found that out about 6 months ago. She allows me to paint it, do art for her places, and but in other words, if like a female has like a substance issue, they go to her program also. And I also found out about 2 or 3 months ago. There's a lady that's in one of their houses that her husband passed away, and she didn't have life skills, so she's in the program. She stayed at one of their houses. So it really just, you know, Rhonda, her story is this lady right here on the front of one of her shops. So I'm not like, uh, you know, on the front of it has the words, a paragraph, and it just starts out with, I'm paraphrasing, but she woke up in the ditch, literally. She said, she woke up in the ditch and was wanted in 4 different counties. Rhonda Jo Bear here. That's probably about 15, 20 years ago. And then from there, she went to prison, and she found the Lord, changed her life, got off drugs, and with that, she started a coffee shop in like Claremore, Oklahoma. But it wasn't just a coffee shop; it was so much more. It was a transition program also. So you know, so they have a van they have a van to pick up their children and to drop them off at medical departments, pick them up and stuff, the women, and also it. I didn't know this as in like a year 3 months ago. I've been there about a year 4 months, but as of like 2 years ago, something like that, year and a half ago, 2 years, maybe up to 3 years ago, because of her program, Rhonda Bears, there's about 70 something children that got reconnected messages here. It's so powerful. Just how the Lord kind of helped put on her heart to start that program, and it's a Christian nonprofit, and about 70 some children got back with their mothers and stuff and got their families together, and so it's even the governor come and seen her personally in a non-official way, just believes in her so much. And I just did a painting of the mayor. Also, he came to her shop just about 2 weeks ago, so I finished his portrait, uh, and so I'm finishing hers. So again, so it's just my honor to paint her. And again, she's allowed me to be at her place and do art. I don't make money off the art. For her place, I just do art there. And then I've done a calendar about 9 months ago. I'm doing a second one next month, and then I have some other. I always got a new project to help. So we're going to do something for Christmas. As in, I'm going to do some art, contact the news again. I mean, also, she's allowed me to be on the news 4 times in the last year, and so. But I'm going to do a second annual calendar by having it done before the day before Thanksgiving, because the next day would be, was that Black Friday or no, is it? I don't know. The day after Christmas is they said people start buying stuff, so I'm going to do that and have it done this, so people will start buying the 2026 calendar, and then before Christmas comes, before December, I'm going to have some other art, and you know, and then I'm gonna contact the news for that, and so um, and it will let them know, hey, I've got some art. They just did an annual thing, and I had COVID about 2 weeks ago, and I missed it, but I really wanted to be there, and they had sold some art and did a silent auction for them for their annual fundraiser. So people, that wasn't my art. They did a fundraiser for some other art they've done. I think it was the women that worked there, and then maybe the children uh, of the women in the program. I'm not sure, but the last calendar I did, I had I had 12 original panels that I painted, and then Rhonda Bear said she sold those. And then with that money, she wrote me a letter saying thank you so much, that she actually got wooden floors for the house or houses. And so to the panels I'm going to do for the next calendar, in about a month, it's going to basically everything I do, it just helps out. So, and that's what it's about, changing people's lives around, me doing my part. Um, yeah, I'm so just glad my art's so well received. I got a I got a side project, so to speak. I opened a mercy shelter for veterans only, and that's something I'm gonna do. But I'm also still gonna be helping Rhonda Bear from now on. Just and I'll be at her shop another 2 years. So I've been there about a year and 3 or 4 months. But I let me say it like this: I was at the Coffee Bucket Place for Veterans, and it's a great place. I worked there. I got out of jail, and I went to veterans court. At full time because you know I worked there. Volunteering, helping out my fellow veterans about 4 years before then, but off and on. But point is, last 4 years, I started doing paintings and painted a couple hundred veterans and gave back in that way, and then also worked there. And so now, I mean, the rally room there's no windows back there, so I felt like I was doing time in the prison, so to speak. And so after half a decade, yeah, the sheriff of Tulsa County came and got a calendar from me at Rhonda's place, and he came about a year ago, and he seen me at Coffee Bunker when I first got out of jail. He used to be I'm not a gang member. I'm not a gang member. I'm not gang affiliated, but he used to be gang. He used to be a Tulsa police officer, like a sergeant with gang task force. And after that, he became sheriff of Tulsa County. But my point is, he came to the Coffee Bunker, and so he knows what I'm talking about. When a couple years ago, and then he came, and then he came last year, got a calendar from me. So wherever I go, he kind of, just takes a picture of me and just lets other people in law enforcement kind of know, hey, I'm in good standing. Just kind of, lets them know. That's what I believe. And that's what it's going to be. I'm not on no BS. My life's changed for the positive. I'll never drink or do drugs. I ain't got a problem with nobody. I've got counseling from the VA, from a counselor, a guy named Lawrence Gilbert, who, was court appointed to help veterans and stuff. And he was an older cat in his 60s. He's a older guy. His adult daughter uh, was a counselor also, or still is, but counselor then. And so with that, it's I ain't got no problem with nobody. That's my point. And I'm living my best life, and I'm trying to get back in little ways, and I do, and I am. So I worked at a Christian place called John 316. Had a Christian discipleship program in it with it, and then I wasn't in the program. I was a guest, but I was court ordered to be there when I first got out of jail. But then I did something more. I worked two different lead positions for about 8 months, and that was probably about 5 years ago. And I didn't get community service credit for that. I just did that because I felt like I wanted to learn what worked and what didn't work. Eventually, if I was going to open up a shelter, which I am, for veterans, and then for veterans only, which is what Tulsa doesn't have. And they're opening up let me say this, they're opening up a shelter, well, not shelter, excuse me, VA hospital downtown, and should be opening up in a few months, 6 months to a year. We've been working on it for a little bit over a year. And so with that, it will definitely be needed because the way it is now, I guess the state, Oklahoma, the Senate, and then the governor signed off on it, that there's only two cities where that can actually help the homeless, and it's Oklahoma City and Tulsa County, and I'm in Tulsa County. So, and then the veterans that were at Muskogee, where the VA hospital used to be, they'll be coming here, and so in Tulsa. So it's really needed, a place for them to lay their heads. And my origin story is I was homeless a couple of years ago. Last time it wasn't my fault. And then I was trying to help this guy, Brandon Bacher, and he, at the time, got stabbed in his neck, had to have staples. And I was staying with another veteran. The managers, he said he's seen me on the news, so he let me stay with this other veteran and get up and look to work. Wasn't supposed to, stay with, uh, stay with the other veteran, but the manager, he knew I was a good person. And seen me on the news, he said, I got there every morning, went to work at the coffee bunker. And then eventually I saw Brandon Baca. He could barely speak, shorter dude. He was a signalman in the Navy. He had got stabbed in his neck and nearly died, lost a lot of blood. And so he had kind of cognitive impairment where it's hard for me to get around and stuff. And then eventually the manager here said, hey, man, that's one person fine, which is me, but not a second person. So Brandon Baca went back to the coffee bunker where I met him. And I remember the last day I seen him, uh, and he was doing real good. He got out 12 and 12. And everyone he was totally, it had nothing, him freezing had nothing to do with drinking because he was sober when the last time I seen him. And so nobody could talk smack on him. Nobody could talk down on him because he went to 12-12, and his problem wasn't drinking or substance issue. His deal was he had traumatic brain injury and nearly died from how it lost so much blood and stabbed his neck and all that. And so he could barely speak too. And he was a short dude. So my point is this: one homeless lady that homeless, her name's Alice, and she works for the United States government through the VA. I told her I was going to help Brandon Bach and give him a place to stay until my manager said he couldn't anymore. And so when I say, hey, I knew him and I really did try to help him, and even to the point where I was homeless because he was vulnerable. So the United States government can verify that through Alice, and she wrote it down and stuff. And we was in the office and stuff. So my origin story is legitimate. It's not like something happened to a vet. Oh, I'm just making something up. No, it's verifiable. So with that, like the coffee bunker is great. It helps veterans in every way, but they can't sleep there just during the day. And Mary Ligon's the founder, and she started collecting money for basically Mary Ligon. Her son committed suicide, and there wasn't a place in Tulsa except for official government places, for veterans. And so her son, Daniel, kind of fell through the cracks. And so with that, Mary Ligon, she started collecting, she told me, started collecting, basically started selling donuts and coffee out the back of her station wagon in church parking lot. Then eventually they gave her, let her, use a space in the basement of a church. And then about 15 years ago, it's about 15, yeah, she found this place over by 41st and Sheridan, and then they've been written it since then. And then, so with that, that's her origin story, and it's great. It helps veterans in every way. It's always good. It was, is, and always will be the coffee bunker. But because of Brandon Bach, I uh, I felt like 5, 6 years ago when I was in isolation for years straight. And those that was watching me have been listening. I was saying I felt like the Lord put in my heart to open a emergency shelter. Uh, and then I was at the coffee bunker helping out for 4 years, and then eventually um, I grew as much as I could as far as my art, and so I needed to also get it, out of the rally room, which had no windows except for one that was so high you couldn't look out. And that's what I was saying about, the sheriff come and got the calendar for me like about a year ago, and he's like, oh, he didn't really ask, but I told him, yeah, I left the coffee bunker because after 4 years, and he had been to the coffee bunker when he came to see me the first time ever, being there about 5 years ago. And anyway, so I saw him a year ago at She Brews, and then I said, man, I just saw at the coffee bunker they had no windows. I said, I feel like I was doing time in prison for half a decade, and so I needed a positive change. And painted a couple hundred veterans at the coffee bunker, and so Rhonda let me be at her place. The women they work that work at the one in Tulsa, she was there, is receptive to me being there, and I painted uh, some of whatever women and their children were painted, and other projects. Um, yeah, and I do that, and it's free of charge. Um, what else? What else? Man, that looks good. And so with that, I just do, you know, just everything's positive, everything's good in my world, and I'm giving back and in the ways I can, and it seems like my art is, helping people, and they like it and they're receptive to it. And with that, I do other projects and doing other stuff besides portraits and so that way I sell some other art. I don't collect the money. The other places do. Like they pay them for the art that's non-portrait. And uh, with that being said, when I open the emergency shelter for veterans only, I'm not going to handle any money. I have a place to lay my head. I'm in the projects, and that's fine with me. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and sign this. Um, I had it before. Where's it at? Let's see. Maybe I just put it up. I don't know. Let's see. Could be. Yeah, that's fine. Is that rose gold? Or that's some rose gold? I had it. Okay, I found it. Here it is. actually knocked it out of the park on this one. Actually, I knew it was going to be right on, but wasn't sure how I was going to do around. So with the rays, it looks really nice. She deserves it. She is such a source of inspiration, Rhonda Bear. She sure is. She helps women get with her program. She helps women get their lives together, get their children back, and of course, get their children back. Like there's approximately 70 some children that return back to their mothers. You're just continually, not just one aspect, and then give them job training, good place to live, get their life, give the spiritual aspect of it, and just everything, the whole approach, holistic. Get down. Okay. I'm gonna sign off here in a minute. I just want to say a few words and then show you what. Let's see what I have here. So this is Rhonda Bear. I just finished her portrait. She has a Christian nonprofit transition program for women that get out of prison. Here's the new mayor of Tulsa County. I came about 10 days ago to her place. He's first African American mayor for the city of Tulsa. So he made national news, and I was one of his portrayal. He's a good guy. And so he came there. I just got there 30 minutes late that day, but it's okay because I didn't have, you know, anything. I didn't, hey man, can I do your portrait? There was no point because I didn't have, but a staff member took a picture of them, so therefore I'm not copyright violating because the photographer who took the picture, I'm the resident artist, to for the painting, so I'm cool. And so I done his as a point already, and it's there, it's in the office, and then I just finished up on the bear. So Monday I'll contact the news and see, and then maybe I'm sure they'll interview both of us maybe for a few minutes, and so this is something I've been the resident artist there for a year and 2 months, year and 4 months, and so let me go ahead and do this real quick. So here's Rhonda, and then here's the painting. So we got all sides. Yeah, I got 3 different things going on, 3 different social media channels going live. And so, yeah, I think that's close. I think that looks pretty good. I think she'll really like that. So, with that being said, I appreciate y'all watching. And so, y'all, thank you.